that. Look at that. Okay, that's not the ship I was going to get into. Oh. Wait, loser landing. Oh. Oh, I got a tutu. Carrier. That's where I gotta go carrier. Wait, that's not the right carrier. Where's my carrier? It says it's here. Oh, I give up. It'll be easier to find over here. There it is. Do, 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 do. Holy crap, it's time for an ad break again? Which video you guys want to watch on the break? Do, 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 do. Whatever. Whatever. Now we have that under control. Oh, we should check out this ring and see if there's any bad guys to shoot at. That'd be fun. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
And now, a feature presentation. Oh, for very well. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. It's the calm before the storm. Things aren't as they were before.
These little critters have a flavor as wild as a frontier turkey itself. You see, folks, these drugs was brought all the way from Lace to the user system to give the endangered species a second chance at life. But guess what? They didn't just survive, they thrived. So it sure is a good thing they got a flavor that'll tickle your taste buds. They're tender, they're juicy, crispy and oh so delicious. Just pop them in the space skillet, give them a little sizzle, and enjoy the taste of adventure. Now, remember, Uzi and tree grubs are exclusively available at pretty much any installation in the Uzi system. Head over to Use It today and let your taste buds take a ride on the flavor frontier.
Good evening and welcome everybody. This is Obi-Wan Pez4 and Simplex Pachinko, and we attempted to make this thing work, and yeah, Spotify just does not want to work tonight. Hooray. I mean, to be fair, I probably should have refreshed it like an hour ago instead of just now when it said, oh, you want to do this thing? Sure, we'll refresh it in like 12 hours. No. Yeah, okay, there you go. We'll start it over because I like this track. Hopefully it'll actually play this time, all 3 minutes of it. Anyway. And then randomize. Okay. We're going to continue our streaming of Satisfactory, hopefully getting into some of the later Tier 5 stuff, and trying to organize stuff a little bit better. But realistically, I don't know how/whether we're going to organize things better. Yeah, we're not even halfway there on the versatile framework. So, yay. It's pretty much at speed right now. And while we're at it, might as well... Nope. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Copy this, put it into our chat. Now that we've actually got it going. We're at fluid packaging, which is tier 5. Alright, tier 4 is all complete. And tier 6, we've got some stuff that's in there, but we definitely need a few other additional things. Alright. Oil extractor. Alright. Those are encased. Nope, that's plastic. Alright. Right. So we need to pre-process the alien protein first. Go. There we go. I don't know why that was so hard for me to see. Put this in here. 23 items. Okay, so we need 800 more rolled copper. We should be able to get rid out of here. Yep. 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have no plastic and we have no real steel beams to spare. So that's going to be one of the next few things we work on. This is just plain coal. Okay. Alright. What do we need? Steel beams. That other stuff that's there. Here we've got multiple things. I'll pretty much need SAM of some kind. Don't have the production for it. Okay, so this all needs the high-speed connectors, which need plastic. So we've got to get a plastic line going pretty soon. Mycelia requires plastic byproduct and fabric. Power slugs. Require time crystals, which we don't have any clue how to make. Quartz. Yep. And here, more of these modular type stuff. Heavy modular frame and computers, which we don't have any information on. Gonna need 100 standard novelisks, which are gonna require black powder and pipes. Nope. Last one, sulfur. Fuel requires coal, but also a hard drive and 50 packaged fuel. This is going to require a lot more of that stuff, and then also smokeless black powder. Yeah, smokeless powder. Steel beams, man. That's what's killing us right now. Okay. So we need to go find some hard drives. There are multiple crash sites that we've been to. But we need to power them up. Oh, that's weird. Oh, right, I bought plastic. Not entirely my best plan, but... Sort and sort. Standard. Yep. Nope. Oh dear. Then the SAM goes from here to here. Hey. Then we still don't have any way to construct this stuff, right? Yeah, we just have the crafting bench because we need some sort of constructor that has 3 inputs. And at the moment, we just don't have it. It's not time if... yeah. It's not a particular good use of our time to just go out there and try and make this by hand at the crafting bench, because we got other stuff to do. So right now we got to figure out if we can make more I-beams faster, and see if we can't sort this huge mess out. Realistically, we just might want to start essentially from scratch. Oh. Build up a foundation pretty much right, like, go this way, and we... yeah, see, we're losing this in the ground, so that's not going to work. But at the same time, right, we wouldn't want to specifically just make a 1 meter ramp, because then that's gonna just keep going essentially, right? We don't need ramps particularly. Well, this is good though, because that's gonna mean that we can just build this over. Nope, don't do that. And adding stuff to the to-do list instead of literally anything else. Alright, it's a minor one. We got plenty of room. So if we start churning this out, production 505, capacity 700. So we are, in theory, getting dangerously close. This is 5 megawatts. How much does miner 2 produce? Sorry. We should also probably turn this down a little bit.
When your deodorant has been reduced to a tiny...
Had that up. Miner 2 requires 15 megawatts. Versus this one running at 5, so it's triple. Is it running triple the speed? In theory. It's running 2.5 times the speed. Right, 250% for the clock speed. Right, so we are actually better off. Well, it's not accumulating. It's pretty impressive. Conveyor belt Mark II. In theory, we could upgrade to Mark III, but that's going to take our I-beams, so we don't want to do that just yet. This one is also going up. It's going up to that line there. Goes to here, which goes to our second group. Okay. So that's doing our second. Yeah. Right. This is going to our second foundry to also make steel. Now we can dump all this coal. That one's already got enough coal. Oh, that's compacted. Can't do that. Okay. Right. Well, this might be something that we want to do. We'll just move, like, essentially move all the foundries upstairs. Not even move them, just, like, take them upstairs. Or build new ones upstairs. Motors. Alright. Take 100. These are encased I-beams. Nope. Oy. Interesting. I can make notes and stuff. Okay, so we would like to have multiple foundries upstairs, which not particularly doing production wiring, automated wiring, but rather oh. Oh, right, yeah, that is supposed to be... What is this? Splitter. That is supposed to be sulfur, because we don't have that running yet. But we need to get power to the other side. And then, on return, we need to get the other thing. Yep. Okay. So we needed... So there were like two major things going on. So we needed both. this stuff. Because of course not. Versatile framework's got all that stuff. We don't have to worry about that right now. Circuit board needs plastic. We need petroleum in order to do that. We've got a ton of AL limiters downstairs. Compacted coal would be nice. And mycelium and biomass should not be terribly difficult to make some fabric, but I don't really have mycelium at the moment. So those are, what was this, fabricator? Assembler. And then we had the foundries. We needed, this was our why is it holding? Oh, that's weird. That's blocking that lamppost there. It's alright. There. Oh, 10 modular frames. Right, so modular frames are at least not a problem, because we have a ton of them. And we need plate. Oh. There's some. That plate is awfully slow. Okay. $550. Yeah, seems to be about max. So power. We want to be able to do switch. We don't need switch, we need storage. That's actually doing quite well. We should probably store that maybe under one of the arrays that we have out that way, one of the towers. Just so it stays away from potential problems. Yeah, it's not going to stay away from enemies or anything like that, but can say, let's attach it, maybe? Not so much. Whatever. really surprised we can't, like, attach it to the building itself, but I guess that makes sense. There's gotta be some... I want to lift it up. I want to attach it to there. Logistic. I mean, it's not exactly a conveyor, but it can fit. Basic wall. It's not telling me which one's inside and which one's outside, which is too bad. Let's build that here, and then can we go up? Yes. This could work. So, are they identical? Yeah, they're effectively identical. So we build another wall. Let's put it. Come on now. There. There and there. And then we build foundation, which is possibly silly, but nonetheless. 1 meter. Alright, so we like totally build it into the wall, therefore nobody can question that it's not like solidly it has some sort of, you know, solid base to it. Yep, totally, 100%. Alright, that's going into the wall. Just go like that. Build that into the wall. Nope. I see. So if I say no filter, that doesn't change anything. Okay, good. Okay, we go up. Something ridiculous like power storage. Build here. There is no alright. Nope, okay. That's cool. Missing wire. Okay. This is so stupid, but it'll work. Now we say we're going to connect. No, that's not what I want. Power line. Connect this to. Can we do all of them? Connect here. Can that be connected here? Oh, it can. Okay. Question. What's going on here? We could produce up to 700 megawatts. There are places elsewhere that are still extremely lush. We can get as much biomass and mycelium and all that good stuff as we could ever want. Here, we're running a little low, just because I'm wrapping up everything that I possibly can. Nice. Awesome. Ooh. Ah, geyser. Nice. Got him. So, can I do something with this water? Seems like not so much. Okay. In theory, I might be able to figure out some way to capture geyser. I don't have any knowledge of that yet. Yeah, it's getting a little slow hanging around the water, so go figure. out of space. Still have space for wood. A bit, anyway. Okay, I'm gonna break this for a minute. Put this on standby so that we can accumulate biomass, because that is another thing that we needed. Wood. Wood. Leaves. Has the... So we got 500 plus. That's not too bad. These... Down to 3. Okay. So... Okay. So these go through 4 minutes, and they produce 30 megawatts. These go through 2.67. Okay, so these are not as efficient. So I, in theory, should probably cut these off. Now everybody at home is probably going, oh, thank goodness I've been telling you to do that for hours. Nonetheless. Okay. Let's drop these back in. Okay, how much stuff do we need? Power? No. Oi, I forget what it is. Terrible. Wasn't that? What is it? Was it? We were trying to make something. We need a mycelium. Oh, the smelter. Cool. Not a constructor. It was either an assembler. Nope, fabric. Mycelium or biomass making fabric. Oop. I can resist that. That's pretty awesome. Wasn't aware that you could do that. Uh-oh. Dope. Is this even connected? Oh god, it's not. Wait, yes it is. Yes it is. Aha. I was gonna say, I could read the power figures from the other tower, so naturally it has to be connected. Right. Capacity 660 because we lost those other two. Can we make more towers? No. Can make plenty of individual power poles. That's alright. If we follow that, right? Nope. If we follow this. No. Just go with power line, right? Go like this. And we can say we want to build a power line that goes all the way out here as far as we can go. Okay. Continue. Is it only doing level 1? It is. That's alright, because we don't need to connect it to things. Oof. Oi. Don't like that very much. Now we just rush it. Good times. Okay. Nope. We want number 2. It goes from this line as far out as we can go. Still only costs 3. 3 cable. What's up there? Oops. Okay. I'm gonna hold it there for a minute. I'm gonna take a bit of a break. Should be back soon enough. I don't think it's gonna be quite 3 minutes, but I'll let you all know. So yeah, thanks for stopping in, and we'll be back in a bit.
there's more to Spotify than meets the ear. That's because video is taking center stage on Spotify, with over 300,000 video shows and 300
Try again.
million users
All right, there we go.
watching their favorite podcasts.
So yeah, sorry about that. Just needed an extended break. And then we are back. So we will now continue. Get back into Satisfactory.
And monetize your passion.
Bum. Alright, we can pick up a lot of stuff back here. Yeah. Hillberries are separate, but nonetheless, still cool. Pick up all of the leaves and wood within this forest. As much as we can, anyway. This is going to be a nice leisurely walk, by the way. This is actually quite a lot of stuff that we're clearing out of here. So I just... No. Okay. Thought there was a hostile creature over there. Predator in the bushes, if you will. Power slug up there. Got 25 wood, that's not very helpful. Oh, yep, okay. Just that guy. Occasionally we got spitters out here. Do have to be on the lookout for them. You get knocked around pretty bad. Okay. Those particular birds have a brilliant design. So when they open their mouths while they're looking up, they look like, I'm sure everybody else saw it, but they look like flowers. So there's some some creature that might be interested in trying to go for landing in the flowers and I get eaten by the bird. Some insect or something. Okay. So we go like this. We go to build a power line from... Nope. Ooh. Ooh. Ah, right. So build a power line from here to, and now we go up. Right here, that's fine. And then we connect. This is a miner 2. To pick up as much sulfur as we can get. Conveyor to 20-minute balanced. Of picking up leaves, cutting down trees. Anything else we need to do? Right. Might be a good idea to check this just real quick. How we doing? 460 out of 660. Okay. Oh, hey. Hog remains that we got last time for knocking out a hog that was here. Forgot that was there. Or lost it in the underbrush. More likely. I also played a bit of Clair Obscur this week, and Expedition 33. Absolutely brilliant. I was thinking for a while, like, you know, it's on Game Pass, I'll give it a shot. And then, you know, well, I don't know if it's really the game for me and all that. Gave it a shot, and my goodness, it is absolutely amazing. So, if you're not so sure about it, I would recommend giving it a shot from Game Pass. Possibly, if you really don't want to, you know, go that far, but you do want to see what all the hype is about. There are a number of people who are playing it now, so I would say go find somebody that you like and give them a watch. And if you don't have any of them, you could try Simba Lily, who is a YouTuber and does all sorts of playthroughs like Outer Wilds and I think she's doing Detroit Become Human now, along with Claire Obscure. She worked in the games industry. And has like really good insights as well as, you know, a knowledge of game tropes and things like that. So I would recommend going to see her at some point for something that you might be interested in. Do we have mycelium just loose? No. Okay. It's not really worth trying to cut down trees, because we might get mycelium. Okay, we gotta cut down that tree, otherwise I won't be able to see. Whee! Huh? Uh-oh. Ah. Yep, alright, that's fair. Caterium. Yep, okay. Ow. To build from there up here. Hey. Damn it. Yep. Alright. No, that's fair. 150 megawatts. That I should have known. Ooh. Also dismantle other stuff. That's pretty cool. I didn't actually realize. Maybe I've done it before, but... Oh well. Alright, pull the fuse here. Cool. Alright, so we are capping out at like 560. Excuse me. Right. These are two separate lines. Two separate lines of coal. Then merge. Alright. Yep. Okay. quite literally, we could just stack two of these things on top of each other. No, never mind. They don't quite line up. Nope. Nope, that's okay. Yep, I went the wrong way. That's the other reason that you don't do this sort of thing. Too steep, right? And I don't think we can actually run a lift in here because it's too small. Just gonna guess. Okay. So that's starting to get all that. That's starting to get all that. Alright, cool. Surprisingly, it actually worked. Okay. So this is meant to be iron ore and coal. So we can take a line from here. Get it working there. Run it all the way over there. There we go. Cool. Here to there. So we need an iron ore line to be lifted. That's in, right. Go like that and see where exactly this thing's going to come from. So, let's see. Need more power. Right. Almost forgot. Full power. No. I mean, it's encroaching. Man, that's also really big, so like we're not overlapping this. current amount of water is large. So if we do that, and then we build coal power, not that. We make 4 meter. Is that the double? Yeah. I mean, even we could just do 2s. That doesn't go up high enough, does it? No, it's too gentle. 8, we just run right through the power lines, that's fine. Alright, so it's not quite as steep, maybe as I would like, but it's fine. If we do that, does this make the clearance any better for the coal plant power? Not really. No. Okay. try this again. Alright, so how do it's like we can make a jump pad in theory. Because now I'm curious. Ooh. That might be just about everything that I ever wanted. Alright, nope. Power line, yeah. Build to here. Woo! That worked very nicely. Gotta be honest. Okay. So now, is this going to make is this going to make the coal plant any better? In theory. Let's see how that goes. Yeah. That might not work too well. This is already going to 3 places. No, it isn't. Huh. Okay. This is so stupid. we need reinforced plates. It's a regular plate. Rotors. Reinforced plate. Right. Okay, so like this. No. No. There. Again. Horribly ridiculous and stupid, but it works. Pipeline. Go from here to there. How much we got? Nice. So now we hook this up. Nope, that one. And one compacted coal there, and a whole bunch of just regular coal, which we're not going to bother. Alright, still holding steady. Wait. Use this thing. Whee! Ooh, uh-oh. That would be one of the problems with this. You will not necessarily be launched in the exact direction you want to. Alright. Production foundry. Again. Let's try it again. If we move the foundry to this side, where does that put us? Okay. Alright. So this says that we can now move the coal. Regular coal. Hey look, we can dump a whole bunch of stuff in here. is all just regular coal into there. And we need iron ore. Right. That was not what I wanted. That one was perfectly fine where it was. Damn. Okay, we need an iron ore production line like that, right there. It's a miner 1. We're going to want a miner 2, in fact. We do not have portable miners. Okay. Let's go over to equipment and make a bunch of portable miners. Standard conveyor belt Mark II. So if we wanted to upgrade this to Mark III, we'll start costing I-beams, or plate, or what is that? Metal beams. There we go. Steel beams. Mark II, Mark II, Mark II. Yeah. Let's maybe. Ooh. I'm a little low on that. Wood. Leaves. They had plenty. Let's maybe also split off some of the biomass before it gets here. It's a merger. So let's take this and split. Okay. That can only go well. Alright, it's still working, so that's alright. Then the next one should be a production line that goes up above itself. No. One more. Okay. Make a conveyor Mark II, which then goes up. That's alright. And this should go to mycelium should be run into a splitter. Not that we get mycelium at the moment, but let's go from here to the, oh wait. I want it pre-processing. Slightly trickier, but that's alright. We can make this work. Both those things are coming off here. We put the splitter on the front end. Take the conveyor lift 2, which goes from here to here. We take this out to here, and we make it rounder, straight. Yeah. Ah, right, yes. Somewhere along the way, we need to change this to a constructor. is your problem? I don't understand why this is a problem, but this isn't. Oh, okay. Okay. Is there a way to more reliably get mycelium? Where are we? I think that must have been it. Okay, mycelium to biomass.
Center stage on Spotify. Over
And then constructor assembler.
you can tune in anytime, anywhere. Record your own, upload your videos to Spotify, turn views into cash, and monetize your passion.
Six. Melt that in. Nope. Assembler. Go from here to there. Go from here to here. And we say, please to build us fabrics. And not to say that this is really going to do anything, but nonetheless. Alright, now we need a more reliable way to get mycelia. Because that's also a problem. Trash only. Do I have anything that is actually literally trash? I don't think so at this moment. Ugh. Yep, none of that. Still running slow. Super slow on steel ingots. What's that? Ooh. That actually, because it's competing for coal. that's just competing for pole. Slightly sad. Ads are going to start in 20 seconds, so might as well just hit that button. Thanks everybody for coming on in, and we'll be right back. 3 minutes this time, so cycle that water. Go get yourselves a snack, stand up stretch, all that good stuff. See you in 3. As is usually the case, we'll throw some points at Dost Thou in Hoist for doing some simple weight lifting. These are 20-pound weights, and just usually do some arm curls, maybe some overhead lifts, and all sorts of other random little good things. If we reach failure, then we usually bump down to the 15s before we do any of the other stuff. Depends on how the night's going. And we gotta make sure that we don't drop these on our feet. Good times. Alright, and up. Some tricep lifts. Okay. Good times. All right. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. Our daughter went off to sleepaway camp, so she's having an awesome time. Her brother is missing her, even though he'll never admit it. And the second they get in sight of each other, they'll fight like cats and dogs. I really want to suspend a splitter, but I don't think it's going to let me. Okay. Actually... take out this belt and return that to here. That do okay? Yeah, I think so. Take this back to here. And then take this and to here. Okay, let's redo this. I think because of the distance, this might be alright. Hey. Got some more. Cool. Then, we want to put a lift hole. Probably. Right here. No. Conveyor lift to go from here to... Now can we just have it go down? Yeah. Oop, no, that's not. No, 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 go back. Damn it. Boom. Ah. So this power line probably can go from here. To here. I know you say that, but gross. Logistics. Nope. Lift 2. That's not what I want. How does the hole work? It's like... do it from here? Not 3. Airlift Mark 2. No, because those are going like opposite directions. I don't want that there. There we go. Reverse. Okay, so that means that I now go down to the hole. Say this. Nope. This lift should then go this way. Ah. Huh. We remove this one entirely and then send this one here. How about that? That should be an entire production line now. Yep. This is half a production line. So how many per minute do we get out of this? I can't even run it. Oh, there we go. $112.5 a minute. But it's not true because we're not getting that in resources. Okay. this is all maxed out, so that's good. This one requires iron ore. We've got plenty of coal. Ooh. That one, right? So we get... Ah. So terrible. We get the hole to pop up over here. From here to there. If we go from this way, that means that we can build the conveyor from this side here to this thing here. Here, we're missing enough plates. That's fine. Excuse me? Oh, yeah, okay. 210, that's fine. Okay, now from here. To here. From here to there. That's fine. It looks a little cleaner. No. Then we have to plug that one in. From here to there. Let's see. 735. We're peaking less than 600 still. That's doing alright. So... Blue slug. we need to do something with that. Ah. Oh, we're still at 0. So I'd really like these to start picking up charge, which means that I would want the production to get close to capacity until these are at like 100% or really close. No, I don't want it to switch. So maximum discharge rate unlimited. So as it stands right now, right? It says okay, always generates power at set clock speed. That's why the biomass burners don't do that. They can be variable. Running out of biomass? That doesn't make any sense. Definitely not running out of biomass. Yeah, no. Does this mean we're running out of water or something? Almost nothing in the buffer. It's potentially bad. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's bad. this one's almost south. So what can we do to get more water here? Okay, so we can have 7 cubic meters in this pond, in this pipe. Really drops off. These are all pretty decent amounts. Go from here up to there. Okay. Why is it so awful? Could just be that it's the head lift, because it does have to go pretty high up comparatively. What is going on here? We're just pulling too much water. Bump that up to 300 cubic meters a minute. Does this ever touch the other one? No. Right. These things do not actually meet each other. So there's a full fluid buffer. It has absolutely nothing to do with the other fluid buffer. That should do it. In theory. Yes. Alright, we have a full complement of water that's coming in. Okay. Grr. Trying to sneak up behind me. Where's the giant hog back again? No fuel. Alright. 100,000. Blue slug over there. Yo! Alright then. What? Are you serious? How did that happen?
That was careless.
It was not careless. That hit me. It must have been one direct hit or something. I don't know. It's wild. Let's go get some fuel for this thing. Cool, cool, cool. Ah. That means we also do not have jetpack fuel. Awkward. Oh no. So we're using biofuel for that. Ooh. You know what? Let's use the springboard. I was just thinking that I was going to have to go and yeah. I was just thinking I was going to have to go fix some stuff. Right, that's going to reduce our speed if we follow that. Oh no. That's bad. Take all. Nope, not that. Sort. Spinner remains 4. Goodness. Okay. Right. Sounded like something was flying. Right, I actually had a couple of spitter remains over here. Nope. Those are way too close for comfort. That's mycelium, so we don't have any of that. This one should be leaves. Yep. Wood. Feed biomass in. Again, this is just spare. So, power shard. We need that steel, we need that plastic. In order to get plastic, we need the oil. We don't have any real good oil deposits anywhere nearby. Some over there that are like a kilometer, maybe 1.5. Yep. And then how does oil extraction happen? That's actually pretty good. We can make it work. Oop. Right. Stealing is good. And now this can come down. We can feed it into another thing, or half a dozen other things that we could do. Four, not three. Lift two. Reverse. And then from here, down. Let's turn that into a merger. Which, hooray. Let's see. So we get a conveyor merger. Spits out that way. That is messed up, man. Start from here. Go to there. Too steep. Rather cheap. Okay. No, I guess that's fair. Merger. That doesn't look right either, but if you're gonna keep saying that that's right, no. Jeez. All right. That one. Airlift 2. Go from here to there. So now we come down here. Those line up. All right. Conveyor 2 from here to here. And then we build this from here to there. Or here to there. That works. And then from here to there. Far too steep. Rebuild this one. From here. Maybe. Nope. From here to there. That's better. Alright, now that backed up a bit. Okay. Put in 1 overclock. Megalomorph! How's it going? I know, right? 23, 24, 25, yeah. We can overclock one more. Okay. Seem to be evening out. Excellent. Meanwhile, on the other side. Yep, okay. So, overclock to 2. Okay, overclock to 1. Okay. Maybe. That seems to be oscillating. Yeah, there. All of the games that I have deemed like I'm probably either going to be able to replay it or um, they're endless. So, you know, Satisfactory, I grant you, is not necessarily endless. There is an actual end game to this, but I think it's going to take a very long time. And, ads. Right in the middle of that explanation. Cool. We'll come back to our explanation there in just a couple minutes. Steel pipe. Anyway. Hey, good evening, No Good Nick. How's things? FizzBuzz. Good to see you again. And, awesome with the book club. We have been, in our book club, we just read, in our book club, we just read Salvation by Peter F. Hamilton. It is a book similar to, they told me, similar to Canterbury Tales, in that it's, you know, a bunch of people sitting around a room regaling each other with stories of what happened. So, one of the guys in there was like, if this wasn't Canterbury Tales, I might have liked it. I was like, okay. I myself have not actually read it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to reading some of his other stuff. Like I said, the Salvation was one that got mixed reviews at the book club. Most people gave it, out of 5, a 2 or 3. I was like, wow. Came back to me and I was like, I was prepped to give this a 4, and they were like, just do it. You know, being somebody who has not been disappointed with, for instance, Canterbury Tales. You know, I just, me personally, never seen it before, so. This is coming from this production line. Is that also going to the other one? No. Okay. No, out of 5. It was the book review rating scale is as follows. 5 is I would read this book again, given that over the course of my life I have a limited number of books in which I can read. Most likely, on average, it's somewhere around like 600. So, would I spend 1/600th of my remaining possible books on reading this again? 4 is I would not probably read it again, but I would recommend it to somebody else, knowing that they also only have 600 some odd books that they can likely read for the rest of their life. 3 is, it's a book. It was okay. Probably wouldn't recommend it to other people, unless it was like, niche. I know somebody who really likes this author, or really likes this style of book, this particular genre, whatever. 2 is essentially I would not read it again, nor would I recommend it to other people. And no, there was something else in there. Maybe that was, I might be getting it mixed up with something else, or like partially mixed up with something else. 1 is the only reason I finished it was for book club. And 0 was I hated it so bad I literally could not finish it. It's a pretty good rating system. Ends up working out pretty well. Right, so okay, the foundry only has steel ingots, so that's all we can do. Those are smelters, constructors. Let's produce and reanimated Sam. We've already got that. I got rebar. Good. Similar. Christmassy stuff. Alright, compacted coal. Black powder. That is what else we need. An obelisk is nice, but again, we need the black powder before we can make any of that. Right. So we need to go upstairs. The launcher to get upstairs is over here in the first place. Don't think we can fit another assembler in there, but we can always try. Yeah, no. Wishful thinking. Oh, it's over the line. Alright. Well, do what you can. Sulfur. Well, you know... Hey, Famished. How's it going? Good to see everybody in. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. Okay, that has a buffer, so we can at the very least let it go for a bit. We'll then do logistics splitter. Oh my goodness. Literally just remove that hole out from the middle because that doesn't do anything. And then we go again from here back down to here. Put that back in place. Then also go from here to there while doing straight mode. And then we gotta get that over to here. You know what? Let's build the conveyor lift first. Go from there to here. I think that'll do it. Nope. Too steep. Yeah, maybe. Cool, cool, cool. So we lift two from here to here. We made it too steep again, didn't we? Almost. Okay. Try one more time. This time, don't lift it. Blech. It shouldn't be a problem. I don't know what the issue is, really. Okay, so we're gonna go with black powder. That is not what I meant, but alright, cool. Two. storage container. That should work. Did it not? Yeah, it's fine. We're gonna put all of this black powder into this one storage container. It'll be fine. 100%. Seems great. Max it out for now. Nice. We can afford to max it out. Okay, so where are we? Production is 600 something, under 735. Still doing alright. Okay. So now Obelisk. Catching up on schoolwork, nice. I need to go visit the other place. Ugh. Boom. So great. So at the other camp, we're making compacted coal. And we just had a recipe that does an alternative compacted coal. It produces 5 for 5 coal and 5 sulfur. And the question is, in 12 seconds. The question is it quicker? In which case, we might just want to do it because it's quicker. If it is more energy efficient, awesome. If it is less energy efficient, then we may not do it. Kind of depends. And boom. Yeah. Less fun on that side. Oh, no, that's it. That's the only recipe we have. Cool. Alternate. When it says alternate, there's a different recipe. I don't like it. How else do you get compacted coal? Is it just in a regular constructor? I feel like that's not true. charcoal, bio coal. See, these are actually different. But it's still just coming out as coal. So we have an alternate recipe, question mark, for just coal. Yeah, I don't see where it's going. 76. Right, so this is just standard coal. Yeah, we've been doing alright here. Working on a couple of little projects today. Trying to work on like outlining a piece of fiction that I'm trying to edit it. It's somebody else's work. I'm trying to edit it into like a screenplay, but I am A, not a writer, and B, it's more of just like a writing exercise. I'm never actually going to turn this thing in unless like I get a few people to look at it first. But it's also like I would need to spend probably a year or two more on it in order to make it worthwhile. So that's our time here in the UK, basically. I couldn't actually step foot on this one of these last couple of streams because this landmass was I just kind of phased through it. It was extremely unhelpful. Uh-oh. There we go. Clear off that ledge, essentially. These flowers can sometimes be annoying because they're only literally one each, but collect one leaf per flower, but nonetheless. They are helpful. You can get rid of them pretty easily. No need to whip out the chainsaw. Although, if you do whip out the chainsaw, oftentimes if you're in area of effect mode, it just like, it takes out all of the flowers in the area too. Yeah, that doesn't count. Ooh. Whoa! Hey everybody, it's Volcano Doc coming on in with a raid. Welcome in everybody. My name is Obi-Wan Pez. This is N Simplex Pachinko. And yes, I do in fact look like a Pez dispenser. I mean, usually I have a little more hair, but so we do mathy type stuff here on Mondays and Wednesdays. So feel free to come on back tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Hello there.
Hello there. Come back 9 p.m. tomorrow if you are at all interested in learning some math. We also do that again on Wednesday. I am currently in the UK, so current time is BST or GMT +1, or however you want to figure that out. So, how was your stream, everybody? That Volcano Doc is a wonderful volcanologist. If anyone has not heard of her yet, please go on over and follow. I will give a shout out. Just 1 second here. And let's see. We're currently working on Satisfactory. We've gotten 2 major camps set up, and we're kind of like working on a 3rd satellite location, which is also pulling sulfur from the ground. So it's getting kind of interesting, because we've got like a bunch of really disorganized stuff, and I'm trying very slowly to like migrate everything to a slightly more organized version. It's a very slow process. Thank you so much for the follow. Was good. Yep, nice. Lab prep work. Arranging your lab. Yeah. So like, you're rearranging your real lab. I'm essentially rearranging my fake lab. Yeah, no worries about raiding and running. And if anybody else needs to go and take care of whatever you got going on, feel free. Like I said, my name's Obi-Wan Pez. This is N Simplex Pachinko. Typically, that is my location. Oh dear. We're gonna fix this too. And bonus points for anybody who actually knows where the sound effects are from. So, you know you're an 80s kid. I guess 90s kid maybe too. Right. So, we are throw in a bunch of these upgrades. Make everything just that much faster. Ooh. And is this still a minor 1? Yes. But we don't need this to be a minor 2 because it's still pulling adequately. So we've got enough stuff coming in. That was it. Okay, so we had upgraded like all of this other stuff. We didn't upgrade the ones over there. It happens. We also need to go over here and upgrade or refill our wood and our leaves in order to make biomass. Okay. Yeah, so typically we do mathy type stuff on Mondays and Wednesdays, and we do gamey type stuff on Fridays and whenever else we feel like it. Currently we're looking at doing Satisfactory either on Saturday or Sunday. We are playing Against the Storm on Fridays, which, if you've never heard of Against the Storm, pretty brilliant. Go ahead and look up my VODs and you can see some of the gameplay that's in there. But basically it is a like cross between Civilization and Age of Empires, AoE 2 probably, and a roguelite. So it is oftentimes referred to as a roguelite city builder, which I just think is kind of bonkers. However, I have found that it tickles just the right part of my brain. So basically we've got, because we have, oh dear. No, we don't have enough plate for that. Right, so because we, wow. I'm trying to balance it just so I can talk for a second. Yeah, so having so it's a Civ-like city builder, but then as you start accumulating resources and you finish a game, which usually takes around 4 hours, then what happens is you take prestige resources back to your main map, where then you can upgrade your future cities. So we're trying to build up our main city by building out colonies or settlements. By building out settlements beyond the original location. Once you build up the settlements, you can build trade routes, which get your resources out faster and give you more options for resource trading. It works out quite well. And then when you get like usually about 6 or 8 settlements in a line, then you're able to get out far enough that you can explore new areas. At the end of approximately 8 settlements, you end up reaching the Storm, which is it's called the Blight Storm, but basically it's an area of the map that, or it's an event, sorry. It's an event that at the end of your 8 settlements will wipe the entire civilization type hex map and then reallocate the resources on that map. All of your settlements have been wiped out. Everybody has made it back to the main city, so everybody's protected. You have multiple races. There are humans, lizard folk, beaverkin, and harpies that I have discovered so far. And each of the 4 has their own benefits, drawbacks, etc. Oh, and foxkin. Foxes are nice, they're fun. Once you build up your settlement with the appropriate number of people and things like that, you can win that individual game, and then again you go back and reassign a new settlement location. So you keep reaching further every time. And if you can get to the seals, they are like magical locations off in the woods somewhere. You have to complete a series of 4 tasks, which are very hard, but if you do it, then you end up extending the amount of time that you're able to spend out in the field by 8 years, which is usually 2 more settlements. So, by getting 2 extra settlements, gives you more time, gives you more ability to get to the next seal, and build up prestige resources longer. So there's all sorts of cool stuff. And again, if anybody has not yet headed out and followed Volcano Doc, yeah, definitely please do so. She's really awesome. And also a member of TKF, the Knowledge Fellowship. Also a member of... Guess I should click on... Should make sure that I don't lie. I wish this computer was faster. Yep, okay. Member of the Knowledge Fellowship. Cool. Wanted to make sure I wasn't going to misspeak. So if you like mathematical content, if you like the old show Square One TV from PBS or 321 Contact, or if you want to... Lizard Doggo! If you want to find out new methods of teaching or learning mathematics, or if you just want to hang out with a good community of people who also like learning stuff, gonna recommend give a follow to the Knowledge Fellowship, as well as all of our friends. We have a bunch of math streamers, as well as other content programmers. Man, there's a lot. Give us a follow, and we'll recommend all sorts of people next time you're in. How are we doing on space? We got plenty of space. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to clean up this crash debris here and get some of these statters, rotors, and other cool stuff. We get a bunch of resources. And in theory, cannot dismantle if it contains items. Okay, good to know. I need 120 megawatts to power this battery in order to open the door. And currently we do not have that. Right, so just to check. We have... Actually, we do. 120 off of... Even if it's at 600, this would work out pretty well. Ah. It's a hard drive. Excellent. Okay, now, I think if we sever the power line, it'll... Yeah, we need to sever the power line. Right, that drops us back down to about 500. Ooh, yeah, right there. We actually peaked over capacity. But it was only for an instant, so it didn't crash our entire power system, which sometimes happens. Anybody who has not played Satisfactory, right? There's a lot of rules. We need a lot of iron plates. Okay. Yes, and our club here is a candy cane. Whoa, okay. Too far. We earned this in the Fixmas event over the winter, and it's a really good club. It does a quite massive amount of damage. Yeah, it does 3 damage. A lot of the other, like, zappers and stuff like that we could make end up only doing, like, 2 damage. So, we're going to stick with this one until we get something better. Okay. And then, let's do this. We're going to head back to the main zone so I can collect more reinforced iron plate, which will allow us to build more. Boom. Will allow us to build more conveyor belts. I don't actually see my body in here. Oh, there it is. Yep. Okay. So, reinforced iron plate is over here. Put that back and then take 400. It is quite a lot, but it's worth it. We have a hard drive, which can have special information on it, or we can use it in the research bay to end up getting us some sort of benefit. I don't remember what that is. So we have the hard drives here. may be scanned for usable data. During data reconstruction, any packages containing alternate options for fix-it production pipelines will be prioritized. So, we have a couple extra alternate recipes for things like... I don't think it's actually in here. Yeah, it's in the other thing. We can make the reinforced iron plate either with steel and copper wire, which is like braided or a stitched plate, or we can make it with steel and screws, or we can make it with steel and screws in a slightly different ratio, but faster. It's less efficient, so usually we don't use that one, but sometimes it's worthwhile. Here we still need these time crystals. I don't know anything about them. Quartz. We need bombs. And stuff we don't have yet. Sulfur. Here we go. Yeah, that's it. So we can make turbo fuel if we get 50 packaged fuel, which we don't have yet, and compacted coal, which we got plenty of back there somewhere. Smokeless powder we don't have yet. What is the purple stuff? Heavy oil residue, right. So we need to go and find a, we need to go and find oil and then build a refinery. The nearest oil that we found is 1 kilometer and like almost a half away. So less than ideal, but we can make pipelines which then bring all that stuff over here, or make the refinery out there and then bring the product out here. So kind of depends on what we want to go for. Let's see. Got about 15 minutes until ads run, so... Otherwise, that's smokeless still, that's smokeless still, that's smokeless still. Yep. We need that smokeless gunpowder. Unfortunately, right? It's gonna take a bit to get there. And again, oil refinery. These are close. We can actually make the, what is this? High-speed connectors. Because we have 52 circuit boards. The problem is that we don't have plastic, which is that blue stuff that's on that recipe. We do, however, and we can't build them. It's not what I wanted. We can't build them here. So we have to like do further research in order to get the things that will allow us to make another, construction item that'll take in 3 inputs. Right now we have stuff that'll do 1 input, we have stuff that'll do 2 inputs. We need to wait and see if we can find the thing that'll get us 3 inputs as a possible construction building. It's going to be a while. Now we need to make more of those. Again, we can't make the cool thing. We gotta wait a while. And here we need steel. Alright, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do scannable for enemies. We can actually make this work. So grab that. And what was the other thing? Megafauna. Okay, we can make 5 of those circuit boards. That is not going to take a long time. Oh no, high-speed connector. 1. 3. 4. 5. Naturally, you don't want to do this too much, because it's really boring. But if you're in a pinch and you just need a few items, you go to the workbench and just make them there. Tends to work out okay. Okay, scannable object enemies. Start research. Alright, let's go, Ada.
Hostile organisms added to the object scanner. Note, it cannot detect the species, only aggression. There are many creatures that dislike you, Pioneer, but I am your true friend.
Helpful. Okay, and for this one, we need steel plate, no, steel beams, which is something that we have not been able to get a surplus of at all. It just goes straight into making the top right corner there, these things. Boo. Those things. We'll drop this over here. We will also go over here and drop in. We do not have biomass, so we need to drop in wood. Not very much. And leaves. So that these do not run out of biofuel. If they do, it's probably not the end of the world. It'd be alright. It wouldn't be great. Let's see, that's 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's 270. That'd be bad. Yeah, we do not want to lose 270 capacity off this. Alternatively, we might want to go and try and build another coal plant. Not my favorite, but could work. Right, so we could overclock. In theory, we might also be able to reduce max consumption by taking out anything that is currently not working, like these items over here. If we were to pull their items and put them on standby. That's what a switch is for. Alright, fair enough. Right, because if we take out these... that's not going to do much, but... 11, 24, 8. No. Okay. Never mind. Okay. Again, capacity is 735. Whee! Um... And just for fun, we're going to throw out one of our little bonuses here. So I have redeemed A, which is we're going to read a vocabulary word or learn a vocabulary word for Maine lingo. John Gould's Guide, Wicked Good Guide to Yankee Vernacular. I grew up in New Hampshire, which was nearby to Maine, and we heard tell of a particular phenomenon, which is the vocal stylings as well as the storytelling style of the people from what is known as Down East Maine. It's roughly speaking where Maine kind of juts out a little bit up near a town called, or the town that's part of it is Bar Harbor, or as they would have it, Bahaba. And there were some guys who went to Yale by the name of Robert Bryan and Marshall Dodge, who heard of this particular vocal, again, like storytelling style and accent from somebody who lived in the area, and they were like, come on, this can't be possibly true. And he said, no, I mean, this is how they speak, this is how they tell stories. And he went up to Bar Harbor, or they went up to Bar Harbor and talked with everybody they could think of, tried to get stories and things like that, and then eventually they came home and said, this kind of storytelling style cannot possibly die out. We need to save it. So they went and they learned the accent and learned the storytelling style, and then released multiple audio albums called Bert and I, or as it is called, Bert and I. And so the popularity of John Gould's Maine lingo really, I think, was helped quite a lot by Bert and I coming out in 60s, 70s, somewhere in there. So as Volcano Doc rated in to come and see us, we're going to pick a word from V. There's only like 5, so I have to be... Tell you what, we'll do 2. They're short. So, First word for tonight is velvet. The sody fountain, delight, otherwise called a frap or frappe, was always called a velvet in Maine, at least until summer. People began asking for fraps. Why not? It's the milk and ice cream mixture whipped until it's smooth as velvet. Ads. Okay. 3 minutes, and then we'll do that one. Curses. Yeah, I suppose we ran a little. We ran out that 15 minutes. Oh well. C'est la vie. Speaking of which, I have off-stream been playing Expedition 33, or Clair Obscur, and absolutely, if you need an excuse to play it, definitely play it. It is absolutely brilliant. The soundtrack is absolutely cannot be beat. It's wonderful. Ooh. I already made this into a conveyor belt Mark II. So now we're just joining up the sections, apparently. Nice. Alright, cool. Then we're going to check on the sulfur miner. Right, this is steep. There we go. Yeah, the hogs do not like my presence. Oop. Right, there you go. Okay, that's still belt Mark II. So yeah, again, if you need an excuse to play Clair Obscur, definitely do it. The soundtrack is amazing. I don't think I can speak highly enough about it. Miner 2. Nice. Oh. There we go. Woohoo. So, is that also Sam? Cool. Right, yeah, okay. Can't see. This is not optimal. There we go. Okay. So anyway, for anybody who does not know me, I've been a math teacher in the United States for roughly the last 15 years. My family moved to Yorkshire in the United Kingdom last year for a job opportunity for my spouse, and things have been going pretty well, so... No, ran backwards. I've been kind of attempting to do the streaming thing and see how that goes and build a community. And also then we've got a couple of projects that I've been working on. I would like to catalog the Common Core mathematical methods and try and do a decent job of teaching people why it's actually better. I also am attempting to do a writing exercise by taking a book that I read when we first got here a year ago and turn it into a very bad, but nonetheless attempting screenplay. So we'll see how that goes. And then, as always, trying to build up the stream, build our community. We have multiple other, as I said before, multiple other mathematics professors, tutors, and other awesome people who are part of our group. You may know some of them from going to Volcano Doc streams. So there's E to the 2I Pi, that's Zach. We have Dawn Factorial, who just rebranded from Dawn Does Math. So you may recognize Dawn Does Math, but now he is Dawn Factorial. I know FizzBuzz was in here a little while ago. He does physics and some programming. PhoboStream does tutoring and other math help. She's usually kicking around somewhere. And I'm gonna like forget 30 people, and it's awful. Penn Center is one of our other friends who also does Zelda streams. So if you're at all interested in like Legend of Zelda randomizers, he does, it seems like all of them. So I think the main ones he does are like Ocarina of Time and Link to the Past. Let me see if I have the command working now. One of our other friends has a bot that has unfortunately like lost its server or something. I don't remember exactly what happened, but let's see. And yes, we are going to strip this entirely wonderfully lush area, pretty much bare of undergrowth. Yeah, not terribly environmentally friendly. But we have been told that we were saving the planet, so like, necessity or something. I'm sure it's capitalism and they're lying to us and whatever. but nonetheless. It is the only information we have. Okay, let's see. Do we have access to the math chads? That's a negative. Nope. Unfortunately. So, like I said, the bot we've been using unfortunately lost its hosting, I think. So. And if anybody has any like interesting math questions they'd like to know, I do generally like stop and answer if it's something fairly simple. If it's going to take like half an hour to do it, maybe we'll do it tomorrow, because we are going to be streaming tomorrow doing math content. So, and if no one else comes asking any particular questions, then we will probably do also curriculum development. So we have a few things that we're working on. We've been working with cracking the GRE math test, a Princeton Review guide from 2002. But hey, it's a source of decent problems, so it doesn't really matter when it's from. The GRE is, roughly speaking, the same. Typically what happens is we teach the proper mathematical method of how to do things, and then do the exercises with both the proper mathematical method and also what would you do if you're in a standardized test. And so we would go quickly through like what's the shortest method to find the answer. Not generalizable, but nonetheless helpful for, you know, the niche problem of taking the GRE or standardized tests in general, I suppose. Okay. While this is going, I'm just going to run and cycle some water. And be back in just 1 minute. Not going to play any ads here, we'll just kind of vibe. Okay, welcome back. Let's see. We needed to drop off. Yeah, right. Drop off all of the biomass stuff. Ugh. Uh-oh. Wood. Ooh, that's a lot of wood. I don't actually usually collect that much. Okay. And we need the hog. Meat. Be cut. Or cut. Close enough. Hog protein. I'm gonna go throw that in here. And that's gonna make alien DNA capsules out of it. Alright. Megafauna. Right. How are the beams doing? Yeah, still not making anywhere near enough. But we can turn this on a standby for a minute. Build up a decent stock of them so that I can collect some. Yeah. I'm not going to complete, at the top right corner there, I'm not going to complete phase 3 anytime soon. I don't even have the other 2 items, like, as a recipe, so I might as well just leave the steel beams to accumulate for a little bit. And then these are I-beams. Right, we're full up now. So these will also accumulate. Alright. Yeah, we'll just snag these. So now I have 200 on my person. It's totally cheating, it's alright. Need 400 total. Okay. Boom bucks. Fabric, and we need coal in order to get more gas filters. We do need some gas filters. I have been slightly neglecting getting more of them, which means we can't go through any of the poisonous areas, because we'll just die. Not a big deal. Right, so... Oh. Yeah, we should put that down. Alright, put the hard drive down. Hailberries and barrel nuts are pretty useless at the moment. I really want some way to process them. Um... Alright, let's go out the other direction. Ouch. Nice. Alright, so this is all black powder. Let's hope we don't get a spark here. Let's see. We needed... black powder and pipes to make nobelisks. Which are very splody. Okay, so we stand on this side. Make another foundry. Put that down. And then we want... No, not a foundry. Okay, assembler. Have 150 for ourselves. Then we want to... Where's the other steel pipe? That's not it. Right, so that's a foundry. It makes steel ingots, and those dump down to the bottom. Here, we've got steel pipe. So we need to split this. Put a 6 here. Put a splitter. Yeah. Put a logistics splitter here. Well, I can't see. So, I think it's there. Yeah. Then, destroy this. Send this up to here. Good, we can do it. Send this back over there. And then send this over this way. So here's the thing, right? We want to get this over to this location. So in order to do that, we're probably going to have to make this pop up. Go to a couple of weird places. Nope, don't do that. Nope. There we go. Mark II is good enough. So, put this. We cannot put that there. Right, we can make it go like through the middle of this stuff, but it gets kind of awkward. I don't like doing that as much as we can help it. So if we lift this from here to here, actually take those. Make them come over here. Or here. And then we do a lift from here to here, and then we send this one from there to there. Okay, this gets us black powder steel pipe to make obelisks, and then we make a storage container. Yes. Cool. And then we get a power line which goes from here, plenty of room, to there. Once we have like 100 of them, we'll be able to take them downstairs and hook things in. Alright. Get some more research done. Oh, alright. Let's also do a redeem for an exercise. Entitled Good Form. Alright, Good Form is a typically karate form or Tai Chi form that we've been working on, or Eskrima, which is Filipino machete art. So we will... Sorry for the mess. My son has decided that he does not need to clean up. Right. So, these are Eskrima sticks. They weigh about 125 grams-ish. And they are, as I said, machete analogs. So the martial art predominantly used in the Philippines for a while there was Eskrima, which helped the people fight against the organized crime that was happening in their area. They were especially, the organized crime people were especially good at having little stiletto knives and stabbing people in their heart. And so they developed a few different ways of making sure that didn't happen. So the first is if they were carrying a single machete, they would typically keep their hand in front of their sternum to make sure that they would not get stabbed, and then typically have the other hand around like this, pointing the butt end of the machete at their opponent so that they would not be able to see when this thing ended up coming out. It would telegraph a lot less, because if you don't know where the end of this thing is, you won't be able to see where it's headed to. So typically hold about 1 inch from the end of the stick, so you get this little area here, and then they would strike out and at the same time pull back with their left hand, because that's going to be a counterweight. So we do this. And that allows us to strike out at our opponent and also work both sides of our muscles, so it's not always like, you know, whipping this. Also, if you're whipping only one side, you're using your arm muscles to also stop, which might hyperextend your shoulder or some of your back muscles in here. So when you throw both out at the same time, it also helps you stop more precisely. So like this is a number 1 strike, is you just learn how to strike like that. The second strike you learn how to use is just a double of the same. And the third one you learn how to use is an overhead strike. So we do a single, bring it back, followed by an overhead, followed by another single. So a little bit quicker. The fourth one we learn goes from a closed stance like this to, when we strike, instead of coming back, we go to an open stance. And this allows us to get a different part of the body, or a different part of the opponent attacked and exposed. So from here, the typical strike is coming off the body. You kind of like rotate a little bit to throw this thing out. And then in order to add a little bit of power to it, you also use your blocking hand to strike the forearm here, which causes it to stop moving. And then the wrist, by momentum, wants to keep going faster. And just like a whip, if you stop something large and then allow something smaller to continue, it's going to go faster. So, so we typically go like that, and then it whips out. The other option is if you want to move back to a closed guard, you use that, but instead of just hitting it sideways like this, you kind of hit it downward, which then redirects the energy upward. So we go, and then strike out again. So from here, so number 4 is like that. And I keep getting like number 5 and 6 all messed up, but whatever, it's all good. So number 5 essentially looks something like a single strike followed by, no, that's not it. A single strike, and then we go immediately to an overhead strike on the outside, and then we go for a single again. No, I think it's more than that. Maybe. There's a bunch of different combinations that you can do, but like a single to an outs or open, and then if we do this and then whip around, and then we can come back and do a single that way. I don't remember what it was. There's too many. And then we also have the other cool one is a fan block. So what we do here is we come from a closed stance, we go over our head into a backhand block, and then a forehand block, trying to point it directly at the camera so you can get that sort of sense of why this isn't like, you know, just laying wherever it may. So we go from here, we go backhand, forehand, and then we do something called a kodlik, in which we sink our weight down, twist, and allow this stick to whip. So we come from here, sink, twist, and whip, and then a single strike. When we work with 2 sticks, there's a bunch of things that we started well, we started with learning what was called sticks to heaven. So myself and another partner would at the same time do a 45-degree strike down with the right like this, and we would hit each other's sticks. So click, and then we immediately move it off to our left shoulder. We do an upward strike like this, and then we twist and swap places for another 45-degree angle strike, totally 45 degrees. And then this returns back to our ready position. And now we're in the ready position on the opposite side. And then we do the same thing. So 45-degree angle strike, and it goes back. 45-degree angle strike up, and then 45-degree angle strike down when we switch, and then return. It's a little bit weird when you do it a bit quicker, so it typically looks something like this, which is really awkward because this is a 5 count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I ended up doing it more like as a musical thing. So if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. that's back to the wrong side. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is instead 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we put a rest in there as well. It gets a little crazy. Or you just play it by ear and you listen to when you hit the other person's stick. So typically it's going to go clack, 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 clack. From here we also have a follow along. So we do a lemniscate, a figure 8 shape. The right one comes down and the left one follows it, and then the right one pops up and around and the left one follows it. So we do this kind of whirling motion. Hands cross and then they uncross. The sticks also end up being not opposite each other in the motion, because if they were opposite each other, typically what's going to happen is they're going to cross in the middle. So they have to be off center in order to be able to get all that going. We've also got triple strike. So this will come down and then come back up. This one will come down and follow it. And then this one will come down again. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's see. We also get a few different ways to do like double strikes. So if we're coming from here, rest position, or if we come through, we can bring both of these together and strike up at the exact same time. And if you're doing this at all, it's a good idea to put one on top and then do the other one on top next time you do it. So coming from here, basically we drop this and go into this. Again, cross in the middle, and then uncross. We're doing upward strikes. There's also forward strikes like this, which my wrists absolutely hate, particularly my left one. And again, make sure both hands get a turn, being on top or on bottom. And there's also a couple more, but can't think of any right now. The Kadlik. So from here, we can also do a little bit of a cheeky Kadlik, which is rather than going to the outside then inside fan block, what we can do is go immediately to the inside fan block and then whip across with the opposite stick, and then go into a kadlik here. And now we're on the exact same stance, opposite side. So we do it again. So there's all sorts of cool stuff that you can do with Eskrima. If you're at all interested, there's probably somebody who teaches it in your area-ish. I learned Eskrima because it's one of the only martial arts in my area that wasn't just your kind of standard taekwondo, karate, what have you. So I was looking for something a little bit different, and one of my colleagues from my home school back in Maryland, which is where I'm prior to this. It's where, honestly, it's where I've spent, at this point, almost half my life, so... So yeah, my spouse and I moved to Maryland at 22 in 2005-ish. Give you a sense of how old I am. Let's go with taking 100 of these downstairs and figuring out how many we actually need. So yeah, instead of doing... Sorry, my fan's not on me. Instead of doing your standard karate or taekwondo or what have you, I'd also learned that Eskrima existed from a guy who has traveled like all over the world to do various martial arts, and so he was learning Tangsudo karate, which is what I learned originally. Yeah, so he 200. That's smokeless. Never mind. Then I need something else. Damn. $500. Yeah, not helpful. So yeah, he, there it is. He learned Eskrima from somebody in the Philippines, and like spent a couple of years there. So it was pretty intense. And then he told me about it, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then I just kind of forgot about it for a really long time. And then when we moved here, I was just looking up like what martial arts are there, and this one came up that turns out it's like run out of a guy's backyard basically. And so it's me and 3 or potentially 4 other students who hang out, have a good time, learn Eskrima, and I also hired him to teach me Tai Chi. So it's also the Tai Chi and the Eskrima are both leaking back into my karate, and the karate is leaking back into my other martial arts, so it's beautiful how it all works together.
Pulse Nobalist unlocked. This ammunition for the Nobalist detonator generates a powerful shockwave capable of repelling nearby objects, including the user. Unrelated. Please ensure all your Fix-It liability waivers are up to date.
Thank you, Ada. Okay, so we need mycelium in order to get all that stuff. I don't want to make 50 of those by hand. Right, I barely want to make 10 or 25. Ooh. It requires 56 wire, or the Caterium wire? That's crazy. So we need 25 of them? Okay. Let's go do that. Why not? So the quick wire is back here. This is good stuff. Oh, did we? Okay, good. We'll take 2,000 because it eats up a lot of it. Alright, and we get about 15 minutes until the next ads are running. I think probably we're going to try and raid out before the next set of ads. So we'll see if that happens. I'm terrible. Right, we want... What's that? Rifle? We don't know how to get rifle ammo, so that's moot point. Priority power switch. Power pole 3. It's like we need 75 of those. I don't like that very much. It's okay though. We need 100 of those. Means we need 5,600 quick wire. And 1,000 cables. Man. Gross. Alright, let's put that and that in here just so that we have more room. Is it 8? If it's 8, I'm not doing it. High-speed connector. It's 8. I'm not doing it. That's fine. We'll get that in some future update. Let's look it up real quick. Select milestone. Alright, I still don't understand why scannable resource is here, because we can already scan it. Is it tier 6? Alright, the modular engine and adaptive control unit are things that we need to get for phase 3. Heavy modular frame computer are things that we need for the next thing. Manufacturer up to 4 parts. Right, logistics, railway, pipeline engineering, pipeline Mark II, fix it blueprints, boo, oil processing, what was the thing we needed? We need the manufacturer. And that milestone is not actually terribly hard. We just need plastic, which we don't have right now. And in order to get oil, we've got plenty. The only thing that we do need to worry about is how to get all of that oil back. We're gonna need rolled copper, and like, a lot. Also, refinery. Refinery. Yeah, plenty. Nope, 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 nope. Other way. Alright, so first step, launch. Oh, oh no. Oh. Alright, scan the area, just make sure we're not going to get jumped. That's better, or bad idea anyway, to run on that, because that conveyor is coming the other way. I gotta keep an eye out for hostile stuff. Ugh. At this point, running on this is actually beneficial, because that guy's just gonna try and kill us. Also gonna try and kill us. There's a rock. That was a rock. Might have also been a splody bit somewhere in there too. We're gonna run up to where the sulfur miner is. Excellent. I want up. What? Oh, that was the machine. That's fine. I'm less nervous about the machine making horrible noises. Right. Can try to make it up there a bit. See what's up there. Quite possibly also horrifying things that are trying to kill me, but, you know. Yep. No, that's not what I want. Come on. Whee. How we doing? Are these killer pollen things? Well, they don't look like it. Cool. All right. We made it. All right. Crude oil. Oh my god. That's awful. It's 1.5 kilometers that way, so I, like, did not go the right way. Oh, no, that guy. Oh my god. This is awful. So what we do is we go back here. Fight them off with a screamer. And then take our friend the power slug. Okay. Where's crude oil? It's roughly speaking this way. Yep, 1 more kilometer. Oh, good. Just who I wanted to see. Oh no. Ooh. Ledge. Yep, that's not ideal. Okay, we're good. Ow. Half a bar is not bad. Also, being out here at night is not a good idea. $8, 680. Where's that? Almost due west. Oh, hi, again. Met your friend earlier. Alright. Quartz. C'est la vie. Again, almost due west. Though we might have moved around it at this point. No, okay. Just leaves. Okay. Oh. Oh. That's fun. That is a lot of crude. Oh wait, those are shadows. Is anything guarding that? Doesn't look like it. Cool. So the Mercer spheres are kind of odd. They also try to communicate with Ada. Doesn't work very well. There. Kind of wish I had a set of binoculars on this. Don't think we do. No. Oop. Slipped. Oh, nope. Nope, 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 nope. That is a very angry looking creature. It's a spitter, so they also can launch attacks at you. Just like the red ones, but this one's even angrier. There's a lot of power slugs up here too. Alright, closest one. Iron. Yep. Ah, damn. Yeah. That spitter's real dangerous. Crap. Who did that? Extractor. Show me where it goes, man. There. Point it, roughly speaking, in the correct direction. Be close enough. Right. 190, 225. Alright, let's see if we can get away with this. Suspect, yeah. there's no tree there, sir. Ah, damn. Nope. Wow, okay. It took 4 hits. You should just attack the other guy. Obviously it was him. He did this to you. Alright, let's use that last snooze just to get this done. That was also all the I-beams that I had. That might have been a mistake. It's fine. Also, I can just get them. I didn't get copper. Oh, jeez. Alright, now I don't think I actually need this because I don't need head lift. I just need to put the piping in. Alright, no. See, like, rock quartz laying around everywhere, but I think I know this beach. That's the sad part. Yes, I do. That copper was something I mapped out a while back. Oh, man. That, I believe, is a stinger nest. So I really don't want to go through there for multiple reasons. Up and over is a possibility. Don't particularly like it, but still. Yeah, here we go. Why is this here? Okay, so we were just going for a second limestone. Making a second thing of concrete, but like, I don't know. Might be worthwhile, I guess. Oops. Okay. So, easier way to get back to where we were. Just go back along the beach, and then we can find the oil. Alright. We will save here. July 20th, July 14th. Okay. Cesar! How's it going? Hey. I was playing... God, what was it? I was playing the original Deus Ex on my computer in 2001 when I was a freshman in college. And my roommate started criticizing me because, my god, how can you play anything with any sort of graphics that are less than like 100%? And I was just like, you know what, pal? We get along just fine, but still, it was just annoying that he was just always criticizing stuff, and I was like, look, you know what else is really quite good? A game with a narrative. He was very much an FPS type person. So okay, so let's go see Coco Confession. Coco is a I mean, she does a little bit of everything, but tonight she is doing a 100% NMG speedrun for Legend of Zelda Link to the Past. She is also an advocate for the Go Tell community, Game On to End Lupus. She is also a lupus survivor and lupus warrior. There we go. And all around just awesome person. So we're gonna go see Coco Confession. If you would all please join in on the raid. I don't really have a raid call, but I need to use some of the awesome emotes. That'll work. If y'all would join on in, grab that, and we will head on over. My name is Obi-Wan Pez. This is N-Simplex Pachinko. We will be back tomorrow for cool mathy type stuff, and again on Wednesday for more mathy type stuff. On Friday for gamey type stuff with Against the Storm. We'll be probably throwing in some Elite Dangerous at some point. We also have a game that my brother got called The Swapper. I have no idea what it's about, but I've been apparently avoiding it for a while. So we'll see how that goes. Hope you all have a great rest of your weekend and a great start to your week. See y'all later.